character who is part of that world but somehow different to that world.
Uh-oh, we've got company.
Clue is actually probably the most fun to play. I really enjoyed playing Clue.
This was before Starman came out, but he did this sort of program-esque Starman kind of voice.
Do you think we can merge with this memory bit?
And then later on, the MCP starts torturing him, and then he becomes much more human-esque.
Forget it, Mr. High and Mighty Master Control! You are making me talk!
And there's really no story reason why he made that change. I'll leave it to Jeff's acting instincts.
At the time, I don't think I was thinking, oh yes, a bit of Clue. You know, I wasn't thinking that way, but now as I look at it, I wonder if there was a little Clue in Starman.
Really think the users are still there?
They'd better be. I don't want to bust out of here and find nothing but a lot of cold circuits waiting for me.
Bruce had the assignment, which in some ways is the most difficult one of all, to be sort of the Dudley Do-Right, the hero. Originally, I think as the part was conceived, I think it was more of an older sort of beaten warrior type. You know, the film had as its inspiration on some level the sort of Spartacus energy of a sort of Kirk Douglas.
I had been doing Westerns for the most part. And so I was doing a movie for NBC called I Married Wyatt Earp. And I know it's a funny title, but it's the actual memoirs of Josephine Marcus Earp. And we were doing it out in Arizona. And I got a call or message in my hotel that a script would be coming. Would I take a look at it and get back to my agent as fast as possible on it? So eventually I brought it to work one day, early morning, and I was sitting on a horse way out in the middle of the desert, and in my full Wyatt Earp thing with a huge spirit-gummed handlebar mustache and the whole works. And I'm sitting on the saddle while they're lighting, and I'm reading this thing called Tron by Steven Lisberger. And I'm just so out of that world, have no clue as to what it's about. And I said, no, man, I don't even know what this is. What is this?
Bruce Boxleitner had a hard time picturing himself as a video hero in a Disney movie. I don't think he was very into video games at the time. He's sort of a aw shucks kind of guy back then. I mean, he had his ranch and his horses, and he's sort of a Jimmy Stewart type.
They offered it to me again, and they said, please, and now we want you to come in. So I'm nearing the end of this TV movie, and I come in, and I meet Steven, and I believe Richard Taylor, and Don Kushner, and then it's a whole different story. I saw storyboards, I saw all kinds of things. And then the biggest plus for me on this thing was that it was a feature at Disney. Wow. And Jeff Bridges had signed on. And I said, my God, really? Okay, I'll do it.
Alan.
Where did you hear that name?
Well, that's your name, isn't it?
The name of my user.
I thought he did a great job in, you know, walking that fine line of, you know, not being like a kind of a robot, but, you know, adding a certain degree of humanity to the part of Tron.
That MCP, that's half our problem right there.
Barnard Hughes was pretty into it. I think he had played that sort of wise older guy so many times that this, I think, to him was a provocative spin on it.
Barnard Hughes was our elder statesman who fell right in there with us. He got sucked right in.
I was catapulted into it, I think. I had a great feeling, as I did when I was in the Army, that a lot of things didn't make any sense to me.
Where's the program?
What program? And just as I trusted General Eisenhower, I trusted somebody up there in Disney that really knew what we were doing and would take care of us, that nothing bad would happen to us.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
Originally, Peter O'Toole was going to play the part of David Warner, and he had read the script, and he envisioned tanks and solar sailors. He came out to the studio to see where the construction was of all the sets, and I think he was really disappointed when he found out it was all going to be computerized, and it was going to be put in post-production, and it was really acting against the black screen. And, you know, he dropped out because he just couldn't understand it. He wanted to know where the tanks were.
David's just such a good bad guy, you know. It's I'm guilty of that, of casting a Brit in the role of the bad guy.
One of my favorite people was my adversary. And David Warner, who was a very eccentric, and is a very eccentric British actor.
He has a scene where he says, "You're all gonna die. He captures Barnard Hughes and myself. And I've got to tell you, I didn't have to think about what I wanted to do or how I wanted to feel. I knew I was gonna die.
Take that program to the holding pit!
He has such a strong presence.
He had his way, but as I remember it, David was the thinnest man I'd ever met.
When I met him on the set, I was very impressed with him because I knew his reputation because he did one of the landmark Hamlets in the London Theatre. Still is considered to be quite wonderful.
Sounds good.
It's one thing to say to these warrior types, these guys, you're going to have this paraphernalia on you, you're going to be fighting with frisbees, but to bring feminine energy in and to limit it by this technology of how we were shooting and how we were treating that was a separate challenge.
Shall we dance?
Cindy was really good about it. I mean, it's back then the idea of wearing such a severe costume and the helmets and all the rest of it was difficult.
When I was told I was playing a character who's a computer program, now to be quite honest, I bought my first computer last Thanksgiving. I didn't have a clue, and you know, so playing a character in a computer was very confusing for me. But I remember thinking, she's a version of me who knows some of the things that the Laura character in the real world knew, but is probably an innocent to many things because she lives in this isolated computer environment. She has no life experiences that Laura has, but she has some of Laura's feelings, some of Laura's emotions. So when I run into the Jeff Bridges character, I recognize him. There's an attraction, but I don't know why.
Danny Shore, I mean, when you see the film, he's this sort of little wiry guy, you know, and he's got a kind of a quirky, almost like a slightly Brooklyn-type accent going there if you look at the film.
My friends, my fellow conscripts, we have scored. I feel so much better.
RAM was an actuarial program who says, I like to serve other people's needs.
Of course, if you think of the payments as an annuity over the years, the cost is really quite minimal.
He was just a boy in service, period. So if you are in service and you see a great leader like Tron, you follow that great leader for the service of mankind. The way that I can describe this experience of shooting Tron, and it's playtime. It was so much play that it's just a matter of playing. Make believe you are on a life cycle. I mean, we'd be sitting there and go, it's coming. I remember hanging out with Jeff and Bruce. We were just kids in a candy store.
When they showed us the costumes, I said, you've got to be kidding. Where are the pants? Where are the pants?
I love the costumes because all I remember is wearing skin-tight pajamas and just bursting with myself. And in walks Cindy Morgan in her skin-tight pajamas.
When I found out what I was wearing, I disappeared for a day, and the AD, the assistant director, kept calling me and said, "Where are you?" And I said, "I'm at the gym, and I'm not leaving until I lose 5 pounds." And I did.
The costume was very revealing.
They drew lines on it to enhance or diminish figure stuff, you know. So I put on the suit, and I actually literally came on the set in this big sound stage, and there were people drawing lines on my suit while I was wearing it. It was an interesting experience.
One of the more painful things about the show as well was a dance belt. I had to wear a dance belt, and it's very much like a jock strap, except instead of having 2 straps in the back, you have 1. Well, the girls all know about this. This is, I guess, it's a G-string, isn't it? But it made it very painful to sit down. There wasn't much sitting down on the set of Tron because of that.
That became a joke throughout the shoot for all of us actors. Jeff, you know, how's your dance belt today? A little tight? A little tight?
Train him for the games, let him hope for a while, and blow him away.
Lisberger, he did something that a more seasoned director I can't imagine doing. The set was littered with all of the latest video games. You can imagine all the cast and crew, wanting to rally them to get back to work, and they say, "Well, wait, just 1 second," and that was often the case. And Stephen was often right in there too.
set, it created a moving cyberspace image that an actor could look at and then sort of transpose onto the blank set that he had to work on.
I'd be in the middle of a game, and they would say, "Come on, Jeff, we're ready." I say, "No, I'm preparing for the scene."
How'd you do it?
I think that it was difficult for the actors to walk onto an all-black stage every day.
The fact that I did King Kong, that probably worked against me doing Tron, because it's not very much fun doing all the blue screen stuff. I find it really, as an actor, it's quite frustrating. They try to describe what you're looking at, and they say over there's a huge monster, or a light cycle, or whatever they're going to describe, and you don't know as an actor, am I overacting here? Am I it's hard to know what you do, so you usually kind of try to bracket your work and give it maybe too much, too little. Finally, it gets to the editor, and he's got to paste it all together and make it look right and as real as possible. So the fact that it was all going to be black with white adhesive tape to delineate the different shapes and stuff was kind of not a plus for me.
There's a piece of tape X'd right there, and that's what you're to be looking at. That's where you're going to run, or that's the enemy. That's the bad guys at Sark coming at you there. You're looking off in the distance at him. And Steven is directing us in these things, very much like the early silent films, Until we had to say something. All right, you're looking off. You're seeing it. It's coming at you.
Yeah, every day it would be like when Steven said, "You're on the Solar Sailor," and you're going, "The Solar Sailor, okay." And then he showed me the picture, and that meant a little more. And I remember at one point saying, "Steven, I really don't understand a lot of what I'm saying." And he goes, "No problem. Just say it with conviction. Just you're there. You're doing it. That's where you are."
It was very confusing, I must say. As a matter of fact, I think we had worked for a couple of days when the actors, Jeff Bridges and Bruce and the rest of us, got together and wondered, what's this all about? So we went to Steve Lisberger, and he explained to us that we were in a pinball machine, which came as a great revelation to all of us. Yeah, interesting. And it suddenly dawned on us what was happening around us. But it took a little time, I must say.
It really brought me back to much more of a theater experience. Because I believe on stage, so many kinds of plays that I did, there was no scenery. It was very much like that on Tron. And you created the world for the audience. And we very much had to do that ourselves with your imagination. You had to paint that picture with your words and everything for your audience.
There aren't really any tanks, and there aren't really any things, but when you get into that mindset, it becomes real for you. And that's kind of what was going on. We just got into that innocent frame of mind where we just believed.
We were encouraged, all of us, to wear very colorful clothes to work, because everything, the sets, the costumes, were all black and white. I remember after a day's work, you would come out and you'd go outside and be just bombarded by color.
Practically all the images I have of Tron is something really serious and dangerous was happening. But I wasn't quite sure what it was, because that all happened, that was penciled in or airbrushed in after we got finished shooting the picture.
What we propose to do is to change something into nothing and back again.
Livermore Lab in Northern California. That was very cool.
When we're entering, there's this huge, thick door.
Now that is a big door.
That was done at night, and right next to where we were shooting, they had roped off and said some radioactive spillage had happened. There were signs warning, don't cross this rope. And I went, that's just that rope? That's gonna stop? That's, we're walking, the guys are dragging cables around the area. I said, how do we know it didn't drip over this way?
There was a roped off area. I remember, and as usual, I paid no attention to it. And when I needed my makeup touched up, so I was on my way over to get that done. And I just stepped into the roped off area, and everybody around went, "Stop!" And I had stepped into what apparently was a live nuclear little area. And I had to stand very still until my shoe was professionally denuclearized.
I had to master, or somewhat be fairly athletic with the disc thing. Stephen wanted to test me, and he got kind of angry with me. He said, "I want to see what you can do. I don't think you've been doing the work you need to be doing, and I want to see what you can do. We're going to be shooting this thing this week, and blah, blah, blah." And it got a little, and I think he was, and I'm sure of it now, he was kind of really trying to anger me, get me up there. And I said, it's like, "Oh, you want high noon? Is that what you want? You want a showdown? Okay." And so there we are on the black set, the big old sound stage. Everyone's gone for lunch. And there was one shot that I knew he thought that he was going to get me on, and I'm so very proud because it is in the final thing. When you imagine someone throwing a Frisbee right at your head, very hard, ducking it and catching it as it's passed over your head. It went like this, and before it leaves completely, whoa! And he was up on a big ladder, and he shot it straight down at me. And I caught that thing, I think it was like the first take. I just, boom, like there. And I just looked up at him defiantly. And he just yelled, "Cut, cut." And then he just broke into a big grin with that beard of his. And, he would thought, "That's it, man." And everybody was going, "Whoa," like.
Flynn, help Tron. My grandmother started a letter writing campaign right after the movie was released. My 92-year-old grandmother at the time. She started writing and had all her little Hadassah friends in New York writing. Just the words, re-res RAM, re-res RAM.
I still don't understand why you want to break into the system.
Because, man, somewhere in one of these memories is the evidence.
Jeff was Kevin Flynn. Kevin Flynn was Jeff Bridges. I mean, there was no delineation.
Some people don't know this, but this is is one day a week where I wear this helmet all day long, and it seems to bring peace to me. And I can't get too close to a computer when I have this hat on because there's a sort of a magnetic pull into the computer, so I have to stay away from them.
You shouldn't have come back, Flynn.
Hey, it's the big master control program everybody's been talking about.
I had been very influenced by Disney my whole life, as we all were growing up with his films. And part of the confidence we had to try to push the envelope this much was bolstered by the fact that you sort of felt that somewhere in the back of the stage there was, Walt's ghost saying, "Yeah, this is good stuff. Let's see what we can do with this."
The biggest problem on a large-scale effects film, especially when it comes to producing and creating and making the effects, is that oftentimes the director's vision is so large, becomes impractical. Stephen had brought to the whole concept, he had worked out how he thought it could best be done. And the saving grace was he already understood what the problems were going to be.
What was staggering was the actual technique that we finally used, which was to blow up every single frame of 75 minutes of film to a 14-inch Kodalith, and then treat a live-action movie like an animated movie.
So even though we shot live-action footage, we turned each frame back into individual frames or individual cells. Think of them as animation cells, but they're not hand-drawn. They're made photographically.
Ironically, there's very little computer power put to this. A good portion of Tron is done with what we call backlight compositing. You photograph the actors in basically a white costume against black, and then on the costume you have some what looks like circuitry in black. You photograph that onto black and white.
Well, the black and white was just the most elegant way to do it. You know, obviously if we were doing stuff in color, we couldn't really evaluate what the flush tones were going to do, even though they were made up in a kind of black and white fashion. So it was a more elegant solution.
Once we had the photography, then those individual frames of film were put into 2 photorotoscope machines. That is, basically takes the film, projects it down onto a new piece of film that's a large piece of film, approximately 20 inches by 12 inches. The live action footage is projected on that, and then this large piece of film is put through a processor to make high-con film. High-con film is film that is entirely opaque or clear, so light can't pass through the opaque area. So for each one of those frames, we made X number of high-con positives and negatives. So a negative of someone with a white costume with black lines on it would be black and the lines being clear. There were basically, for each live-action character, an exposure for the main body, there was an exposure for the circuits, there was an exposure for the whites of the eyes and the whites of the teeth, maybe one other pass. So it was roughly 5 passes per character.
So after you've isolated all these different areas, you have to still photograph each isolated area separately over and over onto one frame of film, and oftentimes you're having these layers. The simplest one would be 6, 7 layers deep. The most complex one could be 25, 30 layers deep.
For each second of film, there were 24 transparencies and 24 high-cons, positives and negatives of different types with different masks over them that were put under animation cameras. I think we had 15 in the end animation cameras throughout town and here at Disney that had a uniform light source behind it with the same registration pins. The film that we used, the high-con and the continuous tone film, was a special edition that Kodak made for us. It was pre-punched because nobody has ever done a film like that before and nobody ever will again. It was, at that time, the solution to the design problem.
We had the exhibitors showing in Las Vegas in October. We completed production, shooting the live action in July, and we had basically 3 or 4 months to put together what we thought would be not too difficult a task of 2 minutes worth of footage with full color completed. And we figured that if we were able to do that and do it efficiently and do it well and get to the point in October where we knew how it was going to be done, that would be our research and development. We also have 2 minutes worth of the film. And we achieved it. The bad news was it had really taken a lot of people, a lot of time and a lot of effort, far more people than we thought we would ever involve, and still a month for 1 minute of film, and we had approximately 45 minutes of backlight compositing plus another 15 to 20 minutes worth of CGI to do. Well, it was going to take us 60, 70, 80 months to do this film. I think there was a sense of denial, because if you thought at the beginning you're not going to be able to get away with 2 scene coordinators, you eventually will need 12 or 14. Everybody would say, well, then we're not going to do it. The studio would have said, no way, you can't do that. That has huge budgetary implications.
We sent all that film, all the frames to the film flew across the Pacific to Taiwan, where the Cuckoo's Nest, that was their actual name. Roughly 85 people under the supervision of Arnie Wong did this inking and painting, holding out all these different circuits and sending them back to our scene coordinators in the Disney studios.
It came back very quickly, and we were very pleased by that until the cameramen opened up the boxes and started to literally lay the cells down on the backlight boxes over the camera to photograph them, and we found that the paint had not dried sufficiently, so that all the cells were stuck together. So I went down and said, "How's it going, guys?" And they're going, "Not real well."
System's got more bugs than a bait store.
So we called Arnie and said, "Arnie!" We were very calm. Tell them they can't put them in the boxes until they're dry.
There's a great funny story about the fact that that we started putting the footage together and we realized that at random moments the Codalus would glitch. At random frames, all of a sudden it would get lighter or darker, and we couldn't figure out what was happening. And one night it was literally the middle of the night. It was 2 o'clock in the morning or something, and I was laying in bed, and I guess my brain just, for a year, wouldn't shut down even when I wanted it to. All of a sudden, it occurred to me that the problem might be in the film, how the film was purchased from Kodak. Normally, film is made in a continuous long sequence so that any variations in the film are invisible if you use the film in the order Kodak sends it to you. And in this case, I thought maybe we're doing something to the film, and I called up Harrison, and he agreed to meet me.
Harrison.
Yeah, woke up Harrison in the middle of the night, and he's wearing his pajamas and bathrobe, wandering through the halls of Disney. I mean, it's a priceless moment.
We made it.
I figured out we were loading the film off the trucks. The film came in huge trucks from Kodak, and we were randomly stacking it in the basement of the special effects building. And sure enough, the boxes had all been numbered by Kodak so that we would use them in the correct order, because they were not all the same. The emulsion on the film did vary by as much as half an f-stop. And we finally figured it out. We put the boxes in the right order. We used the film correctly. And then what we did was from that point on, any footage that had this problem, that's where you have the little zingers going through the background, like little pulses of light.
We just had a sound effect there because it was an electronic world and sometimes things glitch.
The new guy was asking about you. It's too bad he's in a match now. I'll probably never meet him.
In the other scenes, the backgrounds that are having all that light animation and things moving through them, that was all done by our background department that composited big transparencies that were backlit to be the background. See, one of the keys in Tron is that the animation always has light moving through it, whether the characters express themselves with animation.
Take him.
That's all done with reveal animation, where you're uncovering these icons and letting light come through them and covering them back up and doing repeated passes doing that. So those backgrounds were done not with computer simulation in most cases.
We knew that it was different, that's for sure, mostly because we weren't painting in color. In traditional background painting, you have a master background painter who does all the keys, and your job as a background painter is to emulate the style and the color as much as you can. Well, this on Tron was all painting in value, black, grays, and white, painting all with an airbrush. I really got to know an airbrush well, and I don't love it. And the way we had our layouts were from the live action photographs that they were taking on this big soundstage and then transferring them to us. And that's what we used as our guides.
Want me to slow down your power cycles for you?
Wait! I need that!
When Sark is being tortured, or when Flynn gets touched with a wand and you see that blast of energy, there's an effect on that animation. It's actually steel mesh. It's silkscreen steel mesh that's over the lens of the camera. It takes that single image and makes it become multiple images. So there are all these different filters, colors, diffusion filters for the artwork under the camera as well as lens effect. And we had to come up with terms for these, you know, so go to glow, those kind of expressions all came about as kind of just functional things. When we had the dailies, if the scene was correct and I thought that we could sign off on it, it was a hero. And those are just expressions that evolved through animation and people making up stuff as we went along.
We loved the effects animators because we were always excited when we saw a shot with effects animation. I mean, they just did a great job. And it was one of the areas where they were always ahead of the game. They were always doing more work than they were given so that we were able to utilize them to really kind of add stuff to the film. And because we were very fortunate to have, oh gosh, probably a dozen effects animators and their assistants, at least, maybe even more, on the film, headed by Lee Dyer, and they did a great job. And they were often, well, let's say, called in to help certain shots. And if you look at the film carefully and you look at the backgrounds, there's all sorts of wonderful bits of effects animation that go on in the background. Everything from a Pac-Man in one scene up on the wall to just other things that really add a certain kind of electronic worldliness to this to the film. The integration of what was basically a completely different technology and a very labor-intensive one, that of the backlight compositing, and the computer graphics, was challenging, to say the least, especially in the light cycle sequence where the actors, the characters, get into a CG environment, and also the tanks themselves. When the characters get inside there, you're talking about a set that's inside a CG, a computer-generated vehicle. Part of what helped integrate the two things together was that we made the backgrounds for the backlight compositing look as much like computer-generated as we could. Around the MCP is crevasses, beautifully done by a computer and laid out. And when we first saw the wireframe, we thought, wow, that's really gonna be cool because we'll have the characters jump from one to the other. Oh, that'll be simple, you know, you get the characters down on the stage to jump from one to the other, and then we, you know, generate the computer and it'll be great. Suddenly, I realized, to my chagrin, that I now had to replicate on the stage what the computer had done. Now, since the computer is very accurate, it should be very simple to replicate on the stage, which we did. And so sure enough, we put the camera in the right spot, and then we would tell the computer that this is where the camera was, so give us the background that would correspond. And then when we put the things together, sure enough, they weren't even close. They were jumping into crevasses and all over the... Nothing seemed to match up. Our only solution was basically to slip and slide things, make things work, and do whatever we could, because what the computer at that time could not really take into account was lens distortion. So all this very hard hand work to make something look like it came from a computer was really done by human beings. We knew that there was a lot of computer graphics to do for this film. And it was always intended that we do about 15 or 20 minutes, which was a huge amount. Nobody had ever really undertaken that amount.
Yeah, after the initial terror of realizing that we were going to use a medium no one had ever used before, including us, we started to recognize the unique possibilities of working in the computer and the things that it would do for us, that it would free us from camera movement and free us from all kinds of restraints. And it would give us the ability to do something that was very difficult to do in 2D, and that is actually go into the scene, to do Z moves, actually immerse yourself within objects and travel as if you were a point of view. That's something that you couldn't do. Remember, drawings, you can go back and forth and up and down, but you can't go in.
So if you look at the stylization of Tron, there are several major conceptual decisions we made. One was that there was no sun in the electronic world. Everything had its own light. It was all made of energy, so the world that we designed had a very specific design style based on what we could do with the live action characters, what we could do with the CG, and how we could marry them. Because it's a fantasy world, you can make those rules up. The vehicles, the flying scenes, the moving stuff, the light cycles, of course, the whole MCP sequence is all computer generated. The backgrounds, every part of that is CG. There was no Photoshop. There was no manipulating objects like graphics in a two-dimensional way. The modeling of objects was incredibly complicated and difficult, and Magi Synthevision had their way, but it had limits as to what kind of shapes you could create. You couldn't create any shape you could imagine. It had multiple curves. It couldn't, create a spline or rotate an object to create a shape. And then the render time for frames was phenomenal. I mean, it was 10 minutes a frame or that type of thing.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
This was before the world went digital, so we were talking about computers and companies that were one of a kind. Each one had their own hot rod, turboed in its own way. They had their own software and hardware and their own film recorders, and they were diverse. Maybe they shared some algorithms here and there, but it was on the very beginning edge of where that technology was and becoming somewhat dependable.
When you went to these places, it was as if one was going into weird occult mystical laboratories where people were conjuring up things that the rest of the world felt very uneasy about. It's a hard thing to convey to people today what it felt like then. But there was something sort of like, oh my God, you know, these are Frankenstein labs, and when these creatures come forth, we're all going to pay a price.
There were 4 companies that worked on the film: Magi Synthevision, Information International, Robert Abel and Associates, and Digital Effects. The real world, the electronic world transition that was done in the movie, which was done by the Abel Studios, was done by Kenny Merman, and it was a very unique and beautifully designed piece, I thought. That was really complex. That was actually shooting vector graphic computers, making a whole bunch of lines add up to be a shape, putting color filters on the camera, shooting a pass, then putting bipac mats in the camera, shooting another pass, and there are lots of incredible amounts of time and energy put into that transition. When you're actually going down that first tunnel, there's like blue static kind of stuff flashing around in there. That's actually static from the bipac mag. And there was so many passes, and so many times every time that they tried to do it, they always got this static discharge. But it was there, and there was no way we could really finally get rid of it. So hey, put a sound effect there, you know. The other company that worked on the picture was Digital Effects, a company in New York City that Judson Rosebush had put together. They did the Tron logo at the beginning, where you see the pieces coming together to form the character, and they also did the bit.
2 companies, Magi Synthevision in New York and III here in Los Angeles, we're going to do the majority of the work.
The way the work was divided up between the 2 companies was that Magi Synthevision did generally the more simple objects because their modeling system put basic geometries together. By adding and subtracting primary shapes, you create an object, and that's how they modeled. Even though they might look complex on film, they did the light cycles, the recognizers, the tanks.
One of the reasons we asked Magi Synthevision to do the light cycles specifically is that the design by Sid Mead of the light cycles was such that you could take these basic geometric shapes and slice them and dice them and kind of put them back together again, and you came up with a light cycle that was really pretty cool and pretty incredible. And coming off a design of Sid Mead, it looked bang, it looked exactly like it.
For things that had multi-curves and more complex designs, Information International was far superior on that level because they were making polygonal models where you would literally draw an object out in 3 views, divide it up into polygons, and encode those images the drawings were huge, like this, and there was a big digitizing tablet. It was 4 by 6 feet roughly, and so every little point was digitized. So you're making a wire mesh type model rather than solid objects interpenetrating each other. So they had 2 diverse ways of making models, and III's was much more complex. So III did Sark's Carrier and the Solar Sailor and the MCP and things that had multi-curves and shapes. There was one computer at Information International, the computer, not while we had multiples. We had one race car, and it was called the Foonly. And the whole thing was this big old hardwired computer that was about as big as 4 deep freezers put together, you know, roughly 15 feet by about 8 feet wide. And this thing would glitch. You know, you just never knew when it was going to glitch. We finally ran preventive maintenance on it all the time. That didn't really assure anything, because really somebody walking into the room that you know had on a fur coat could set the thing off. So it was really walking on thin ice with that computer, and it was the iris that everything that came out of III had to go through. So if it ever really broke down in some major way, we would not have made the movie.
III had a very, very tough job. They had to create the Solar Sailor, which we knew what we wanted it to look like, but Stephen was insistent that it have translucent sails. And I lobbied somewhat heavily for non-translucent sails. I said, you know, Stephen, we could be sinking ourselves here, excuse the pun, with the Solar Sailor if we go with translucent sails. And he said, quite rightly, look, the look of it needs to be ethereal. It needs that translucency. It needs to be magical craft. And if it has solid sails, it just doesn't work. It doesn't look as beautiful. It's not as elegant. And so he stuck to his guns. And when we saw the creation of the Solar Sailor, which was one of the first things that Triple-I did, and as it builds up and you see these wonderful translucent sails, I tell you, there were a lot of great moments during that year, and that was one of them. And so there was certainly a different look to what the two different companies were going to do, always searching for that consistency. We didn't want it to look like, oh, well, this company did this part of the film and this company did this part of the film. In fact, there are areas in the film right in the middle where the transition takes place where you do see shots that are Magi Synthovision shots and then Triple-I shots and then Magi Synthovision shots, and they all work together very well. So we were very fortunate that despite the two different technologies, we still had a consistency.
I was working at the Disney Studios. I was an animator on Mickey's Christmas Carol when Tron was being produced. Two of my friends, Jerry Reese and Bill Croyer, were working on Tron, and they were doing the storyboarding and the choreography, you might say, of all the computer animation. They were over in one of the trailers, and they had a computer that was hooked via phone line back to New York with Magi Synthovision. And my good friend Chris Wedge was back there working on the animation, and he would send over the phone line the scenes frame by frame by frame for them to look at, some of the early renderings. For me, this was some of the very first computer animation I had ever seen, and it was so exciting. The first scene that I remember them working on was the light cycle sequence, and it absolutely blew me away.
You had to have a completely symbiotic relationship with the computer technicians. You know, they had never done film, and we had never used computers. You couldn't have all the tools you wanted because you didn't know what tools you would need. It became this process of learning about what the technology could do and then brainstorming the creative side to use it. There really was no software to make anything move. There was only software to describe where things sat. And if you wanted something to go from here to here, it was literally as simple as, you know, X is 4, now X is 6, there's 2 units, and that was that. I mean, there was just nothing else, you know, around. So suddenly, Jerry Reese and I, who were the only animators on the whole show, were faced with the situation of trying to create what we consider to be Disney's quality animation, which meant animation that moved with personality and moved with drama. And we had to do it with no tools. You weren't able to even pull a wireframe up on the screen and make it move. Couldn't even do that. You could only see a wireframe, a very primitive wireframe, at one frame at a time. And you could ask for frame 1 and frame 20 and frame 60, and you can kind of see them, but you could never see them move. But what was kind of terrifying about Tron is we would plot out these very complicated moves. We'd have vehicles chasing each other down irregular canyons with cameras flying through the air and twisting and rolling and diving. And all that had to be done with these very simple graphs. We had to go ahead and break it down frame by frame by frame, increment by increment. Because let's say you've got an object, like a light cycle. A light cycle, for every frame that it moves, it will need at least 6 numbers to describe its position. It will need its X, Y, and Z translations to show where it is in space. And then it will need its yaw, pitch, and roll to describe how it's tilting. So that means for 100 frames, you need 600 numbers of data. 100 frames is 4 seconds. So you need 600 numbers to describe where it is. Now you can imagine us sitting around writing 600 numbers for 4 seconds for one thing, right? So what we would do is we would figure out on graph paper, okay, the light cycle is going to start here on frame 1, and then 3 seconds later on frame 72, it's going to be over here, and it's going to travel an S curve. So gee, if I just take frame 1, frame 20, frame 60, and frame 72, I'll just take those 4 frames, I'll run down the hall, I'll plug those into the Oxbury computer thing, I'll hit a button, and all these numbers will come up. And then I just sat there with my exposure sheet, and I wrote down all 600 numbers on an X sheet. And we gave these guys at the computer company these exposure sheets with 6 rows of numbers for every single frame. And they went and they hand programmed them in. They typed them in. There was no way to just like download it. You know, you didn't have a floppy disk you could put it on. You just, you typed it.
Come on, you scuzzy data, be in there. Come on.
And then the very, very first time we would see it move would be in 70 millimeter on the stage. We would go to the sound stage at Disney, and we would stand there in front of a gigantic 70 millimeter screen, and they would reel this film up, 70 millimeter film on a projector, and they'd run it. And that'd be the very first time we'd see it move. That was our pencil test.
You look at any PlayStation 2 game or an Xbox game, and the complexity of the visual there is infinitely more complex than Tron. and it's on the fly. You know, and the movie Tron, Flynn is playing a rastrographic game, you know, driving a tank through, and it's all shaded and everything. At that time, that was, the games that people were playing were, you know, Asteroids and Pong, and they were like 2D.
There were times when the studio would say, is this all really going to come together at the end? And Harrison and I and Richard and Bruce and Donald, and we'd say, oh yeah, this is fine. And then we'd shut the door and go in our little room and we'd say, oh my God, you know, there's so much that has to be pulled together here.
When we first saw the footage, I don't think anyone really knew what they were looking at. I think we all thought we did, and we'd seen a lot of film, and we wanted to, you know, oh sure, you know, this is going to be great. I don't know for a fact that anybody really did know. I'm not sure Steven actually knew, because until it was all put together, you know, and you had just a lot of pieces of things, you weren't really quite sure. It's not that unlike, frankly, when, you know, the first time you look at a Toy Story or a Toy Story 2 or a Bug's Life, you're looking at something that, you know, for the thing, I'm not quite sure, because it just doesn't look the same. You know the finished product is going to be great. In the case of Tron, we didn't know what any of it was going to be.
I had no idea what was going to happen. None. I did have an idea when some guy walked up to me on Hollywood Boulevard as I'm walking along, dum-diddy-dum, dum-diddy-dum. Some guy says, sure. I said, yeah? He says, I hate your nose. I said, huh? He says, I hate your nose. I said, why? He says, I have been painting your nose frame by frame for a year. I hate your nose. I just laughed. I mean, literally, one guy had my nose for a year.
So we would look at sections of the film, and they would give us some relief from our constant worry that this section seems to be working out.
Yeah.
Now, how's that section doing? And I remember when John Shealy brought me the first composited frames of Yori's character, and they were just beautiful. I mean, the colors, the way they laid in, and the backlight, and the computer background, and it all married up so beautifully. And it was wonderful to see. It was a little bit terrifying, because at that point, I realized the potential of working this way, that we could make colors so bright, we could make images so startling, that that I felt a little bit like the Sorcerer's Apprentice now. The film came out, and it was just after the E.T. situation had occurred, and I think it was a difficult situation for Disney, because they weren't used to saying, we've got the cutting-edge movie, and we don't have the cute, cuddly movie. And I'm sure they were envious of the money that was happening on the other side of town. It was true. I mean, this film was cutting edge. The people that loved it just went nuts for it. We were just so proud of the fact that we managed to complete it, and that one could watch it for 100 minutes, and that it added up, and it worked, because it was such a highly experimental film.
This is a business where people want to believe, and they give you as much rope, and if you can run with it, they'll let you run with it. The interesting thing is, it was the first film I've ever made. Other than a cartoon, I'd never been involved in making a film, and just to have a budget, almost in a sense, an unlimited budget to make the film, that can only happen in Hollywood, believe me.
I've been hoping you'd send me somebody with a little bit of guts.
There was so much anticipation for it that it really had expectations that frankly could never have been met. You know, everyone was so excited, and they wanted it to do so well. We needed it to do so well, and it had so much that was riding on it that no matter what it did, you always wanted it to do more. It did great, you know, and I think everyone was satisfied, and we all wanted it to do more. We all thought it could have, frankly, and I think it was, again, if there was any miscalculation at all in the entire process, it was where the world was at the time. If Tron had come out, you know, in 1990, the results would probably been one of the biggest movies of all time.
The Motion Picture Academy refused to nominate Tron for special effects because they said we cheated when we used computers, which in the light of what happened is just mind-boggling.
The computer-generated image has a certain plastic look to it. It's perfect, you know, just pure colors and little glints and highlights. And it looks so perfect that it looks as though the human hand could not have made it. And nowadays, it's considered kind of a bad thing. I mean, people work overtime to try to figure out ways to make it look more gritty or what.
Hey there. Need anything? Sure. Here's what I've got.
You have any luck with the ghouls? I'm counting on you. Really? Unbelievable, man. I knew that wasn't gonna be easy. But I had a good feeling about you. You look like you've been through a lot. Okay, I'll tell you everything I know, like I promised. The guy you're looking for, Benny, he was traveling with some members from my old gang. They were going to Boulder City. No clue. I know Benny hadn't paid up yet. Maybe that was where they were supposed to get square. It's straight up Route 93 from here. Just keep following the road north. Hope that helps. I owed you. Yeah, see ya.
Welcome back. Can I get you anything? Sure thing. Have a look.
Rumors persist about a super mutant refuge nestled high in the ski lodge to the northwest. If you should find it, do not, repeat, do not belittle a super mutant for taking the bunny slope. Well, that's all I have for you. This is Mr. New Vegas wishing you ladylike luck tonight. More tracks coming your way right now.
Come back soon now.
Hey there. Been to the top of the dyno yet?
What's going on, man? Yeah, see ya.
Hey there.
I hope you're finding everything to your liking. Go see Cliff Briscoe at the diner. I think he... Watch out for strangers.
You like that?
Hey there. Howdy. We've got a situation with some great cons right now. The brass at McCarran has ordered me to lock down the ruins until it's been resolved. One of my patrols was on its way back from Novak when it came under fire from the Great Khans. They radioed for reinforcements, but instead of waiting for us, they chased the Khans into the ruins where they were caught in a crossfire. No deaths, but not all the squad got out. The Khans have Private Ackerman and Private Gilbert as hostages. Once the Great Khans have been killed or captured, you're welcome to retrieve any property they've taken from you. Acceptable casualties, I've been told. I don't like it, but the brass has their reasons. Normally I'd turn you down since I have no idea who you are. But considering that the hostages are as good as dead when we attack... All right. I'm going to give you a chance to talk to the Great Khans. Their leader is a man named Jessup. If we hear shooting, we'll be coming in. But it'll probably be too late for you. Good luck.
Man, this place is a mess.
Never gone up against Great Khans before.
This rubble is slippery. Watch your step.
This rubble is slippery. Watch your step.
Beats going up against the Legion.
Thanks for the rest.
is hopeless!
Hey!
You like that?
We won't go quietly. The Legion can count on that.
I'm sorry that you couldn't get both hostages out alive, but that's how it goes sometimes. Thanks for your help. Shoot. Destroyed during the Battle of Hoover Dam a couple years ago. The town was set up as a trap for Caesar's Legion. The sharpshooters and the Rangers picked off the Legion's veterans from a distance, and the rest of the Legion just rushed on in. Then boom. It's one of the biggest sources of electrical power in the region, so the NCR's fortified the place pretty heavily. When President Kimball shows up on his inspection tour, I'm sure he'll be confident that the dam's safe and secure. It's probably just a political thing. You know, give a few speeches, shake hands with the troops, boost morale. Camp McCarran is the headquarters for the NCR military in this region. It occupies the old airport next to New Vegas. They're an outlaw group primarily trafficking in drugs and other contraband. They usually stay out of NCR territory, though. All right. Dismissed.
Hey. Back again, I see. Something you need? Prim. Hayes units is stationed up there. We're having problems with some of the NCRCF convicts. What can I help you with? One of the powder gangers? They've been nothing but trouble for us. Why would we want one of them anywhere in an official capacity? I don't think so. I'm not gonna put my word on the line. Print? It has. It was a promising trade town before the escape at the correctional facility. Lost a good bit of money at the Vicky and Vance. Print? I'd like to help. We can't spare any more units. We have to maintain a minimum headcount at the outpost. Orders from the west. I see the wisdom in that. I'll radio for a unit to head up to Prim and offer some additional support. NCR border guard duty mostly. It's our job to make sure the caravans can move safely along I-15 and Highway 95. Not the best posting or assignment, but it beats being sent east or patrolling the Colorado. Legion's pretty thick there. Prim? Hayes units is... Goodbye.
Hello.
It's been a long tour. All I can think about now is going back home.
Some cons got cornered in the ruins of Boulder City and the NCR killed them. It's like Bitter Springs all over again.
Hey.
Any luck up by the track? Well, if you can help, I'd appreciate it. Need to get these caravans moving.
It's been a long tour. All I can think about now is going back home.
Back again, I see. Prim. One of the... Well, having a sheriff who was a convict is better than no sheriff at all. And if he has the qualifications... All right, hand it over.
The influx of displaced residents to the refugee camp
Goodbye.
in Bitter Springs has caused a strain on rations there.
I'm not sure you should be here.
Hey there. Need anything? Sure. Here's what I got.
Hey there.
Some cons got cornered in the ruins of Boulder City and the NCR killed them. It's like Bitter Springs all over again. Something else you wanted? What? There's no way. We're miles from the Colorado. They aren't even waiting for the dam to fall. They're already inside the borders. We'll never stop them. Not at this rate. We're doomed. Thanks for bringing the word. Even if the news is bad, I'll let the men know. Watch yourself.
Thanks for getting me that pardon. Me and the boys will take good care of Prim. Don't you worry. I understand that Cook was behind it all. I kept my head down the whole time. Didn't want any part of it. I stuck around, figuring the NCR would show up and put things back the way they were. No sense in making myself look guilty, right? Some kind of anti-NCR rebel. Some people just don't like being pushed around and told what to do. He went north with some of the other guys. Didn't say where. Didn't say why. All I know is he's got some kind of score to settle with the NCR. Watch yourself out there.
Prim has a new sheriff. That should keep the powder gangers away.
Well, if it isn't the lawbringer. My problem is that I'm no longer a deputy. I'm just a beagle now. Apparently 2.5 months of law enforcement experience doesn't count for anything. The new regime is just that. All new. He's a good sheriff, but a hard man. He doesn't abide by anyone slinking by the rules. I guess there won't be any trouble, but the man's law is hard.
for an underperforming squad of troops by beating its commander to death in full view of everyone. The legate then ordered a tenth of his own force be killed by the other 9/10. And you thought your boss was a pain. In addition, unconfirmed reports say NCR's General Lee Oliver may have uprooted from his post at Camp McCarran in order to be present at Hoover Dam. NCR sources say that holding the dam against Caesar's Legion has become their main strategic priority, and this move would not be unexpected. Stay classy, newbies. I'd like to play something really special for you right now because you deserve it.
Play the guitar, play it again, my Johnny. Maybe you're cold, but you're so warm inside.
Back again, I see. Something you need? Goodbye. Appreciate the help. Wish I had more work for you, but nothing else on the radar at the moment. No, I mentioned you might accidentally get supplied, and I meant it. Not allowed to contract mercenaries at the outpost. Still, a requisition form or two can get lost, and they're not gonna come check. So here you go, just between us.
Hey.
Welcome. Come on in. Welcome back. Sure thing. Come back soon now.
traders from Nipton in recent days, cause
Hold up there. This area is locked down by the NCR military until we can dislodge some Legion snakes from Nelson. My apologies, but that name and face ain't ringing the old school bell upstairs. Afraid I can't let you through until the situation is resolved. Fair enough. It's not like any of the troopers around here are jumping up to volunteer. If you had a few dozen doses of Psycho on you, maybe we could pep those weepy troopers into charging down into Nelson and taking back the camp. But since that's not likely, you could help me take out the Legion's trooper hostages. The troopers won't go down into camp with their comrades at risk. Dirty game the Legion likes to roll out whenever they get a chance. Problem is, Ranger Milo doesn't want to play. If we take out the hostages, they've got squat for leverage. Back at Ranger School, they taught us not to run headlong into a battle when you're outnumbered 10-1. You want to go down there and try to haul those crippled boys off those poles? You're dumber than you look. Good. We clear out the hostages, they lose their advantage. They're down in a clearing, crucified on some telephone poles. I'll cover you from the ridge. Just make it quick. These boys should be put out of their misery, not plinked to death with some old varmint rifle. And don't get any dreamy notions about playing the hero and dragging these boys out. You'll get swarmed. Now let's go. Whew. Glad that's over.
Patrol in the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter.
Another kill to my name. Heading up. Reprisal. I'm hit. I'm hit.
Have you come to Nelson seeking your death, profligate? The Legion will decide that, profligate, not you. Will you go before my Decanus for judgment or be killed where you stand? Follow me. Make any trouble and you'll wind up on a cross, if you're lucky.
Howdy. What's the word? Dirty job, but I'm glad you did it. I'm not authorized to reward contract pay, but here's a little something for you. And I'll let everyone know you did the right thing. Some people might not like it, but no one who matters. At least not as far as I'm concerned.